Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here with our penultimate session of this campaign, Whispers and Fragments. This campaign takes place in a world called Momentum, and tonight's session, session 23, will be titled Idle Hands. This campaign has been just absolutely stellar so far. It's been so much fun to explore both this setting as well as the story of all of the characters that have been involved, and I'm really excited that we're kind of seeing the end of the arc of the story, and to find out kind of what that's going to mean for these characters, and maybe even for the world. Business. Oh, if bad language and mature subject matter and sad things are something that bothers you, then don't watch this. Any of it, really. But especially not tonight. You've been warned. I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can introduce themselves, plug whatever they would like to plug, etc., and then we will get this thing started. So we're going to start on the other side of the screen from me with Jake.
Hey everybody, I'm Jake from Mini Terrain Domain, and well, that's where you can find me when I'm not here. We run a lot of D&D over there. Couple nights a week, we got some regular games going on, and Thursdays you can tune in and catch Jeremy playing in my game. So our Dawnbringers campaign, and I don't get to say anymore that Alan is on the channel on Friday nights, but I can say Alan's got his own Twitch channel that he'll tell you all about, and I'm going to endorse it. But yep, that's me. That's where you can find me, and I'm playing Katvrad, a Delver dwarf with an attitude.
Excellent. Yeah. Dawnbringers is a very special game to me. It's something that we've played for about the same length that this campaign has run, and it's been just a fantastic ride so far. It's a fantastic group to play with, and all of the characters there are just a blast to see interact with what you throw at us, Jake. So I'm excited to get back to that this week too.
It all ends tomorrow. I'm just kidding. It doesn't.
Oh, excellent.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
That's big news. You heard it here first, folks. I mean, Talmud coming close to dying wouldn't be a first, but
no, not at all.
All right. Next up, we have I almost called you Bostrad. Austin. Osterod.
Yes, I'm a Bonekin monk. I'll be playing Austin. He's a 29-year-old paralegal. He wait, no, this seems backwards. I am Austin. I will be playing Basterad. He is an angry monk. You can't find me anywhere online. You could find me in my boggy lair, cursing travelers and ensnaring them in a muddy morass.
We're still talking about Austin or Bosterhut?
That one was Austin.
Oh, excellent. Perfect. Great to know. Yeah, dude. Always a pleasure to have you on, Austin. And eager to see what we might come up with in the campaign that we'll be kicking off later this year. Not too far.
Been putting a lot of thought into my characters.
Good. I'm so excited for that. Excellent. Okay, so next up we have Tim.
I am Tim. I am 1/3 of Tabletop Terrors, and I am part of Absolute Tabletop, and so we make tabletop RPG stuff in both places. If you're interested in learning game design, or if you're interested in grabbing a couple of cool little mini games about monster hunting, or some crazy stuff about like autumn or Christmas, which sounds crazy, or even a new system where failure isn't binary and it actually leads into the story called the Impact System, you can check out Tabletop Terrors on Patreon. And all those are available as what we call chunks, which are just like, our little docs of the systems. and you can begin playing them right away, as well as a bunch of videos of how we made them. So if you're interested in the workbench tier, which is learning game design, you can watch videos of us actually making some of those games and seeing our thought processes if you want to learn the same. So I would recommend checking that out.
Awesome. I'm very excited for that game Friday. Get to play
Man.
A little bit of superheroes.
I am super looking forward to that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to putting the system to task.
I can't wait.
And doing some superhero stuff. I just finished the latest season of The Boys not all that long ago, which is a fantastic series. Super into Daredevil, and most of the Marvel movies have been fantastic, so I'm very, very amped. All right, speaking of very, very amped, Alan.
Hello, I'm Alan, and you can find me on all the social media platforms at CFT RPG. As Jake said, in this year, kicking off my own Twitch channel, so you can head over there where I run some Savage Worlds as well as some Dungeons and Dragons. And we're actually this Friday, January 22nd, we are kicking off our very first session in Adventures in Middle-earth, which is a D&D 5e rendition of Lord of the Rings setting. So if you're interested in D&D as well as Lord of the Rings, then you'll want to head over there on Fridays and catch us adventuring in the Middle-earth realm. Outside of that, I am reprising my role as a elven paladin, Haroon, who is a paladin who's taken an oath of redemption. And what better way to claim that redemption than journeying into hell itself? So I'm very excited to get back into Momentum. It's one of my favorite Jeremy Lee settings. And of course, as always, I'm so grateful to be at the table with these fine gentlemen. So I'm ready.
Fantastic. Always a pleasure to have you on, Alan. And yeah, man, I'm excited to watch some of that Lord of the Rings campaign. I still have yet to run a game for or play under Lionel yet. We have been in a game together at the table at the same time, but I think it's just the one time. But we've kind of run the same circles for several years now. It's just never, the stars have never aligned. So I'm still waiting. Lionel, if you're watching this, then hit me up, brother. Come on. All right. Speaking of brother, last but certainly not least, Jeff.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jeff. I am also a third of Tabletop Terrors, along with Tim and James. So everything Tim plugged over there, just pretend I also said it too, so I don't have to say it again. And yeah, I am playing Darian. He is a rogue who has turned away from a life of crime and gone towards trying to be a better person and find a purpose outside of the life that he used to know, and has along the way come across all these other fine characters as well, and is trying to turn a new leaf. And similar to the redemption, Darian is also trying to find redemption in hell. So hopefully it'll go well for all of us, but I'm not entirely optimistic about that.
What could possibly go wrong? Always a pleasure to have you on, Jeff. And yeah, I'm looking forward to tonight. And then 2 weeks from now, our finale. I have very mixed feelings about that, but I think it's going to be great. So, oh, thank you, Jake, for catching that. I'll adjust that here in just a second. Okay. So, unless there are any questions, then we're going to go ahead and get this started. Loneliness is never more pronounced than when we find ourselves under the burden of the sins of our own mind. We convince ourselves that the struggle to comprehend and deal with our past mistakes is a part of our punishment. part of how we might redeem ourselves. Our regret and remorse become our penance. We carry these transgressions with us throughout life going forward, and create our own personal hell. And all the while, we believe that we are alone in bearing this weight. To share it would bring us humiliation and possibly absolution. The question is, which do we fear most? We find ourselves once more in the harsh environment of the Down Under. Everywhere you look, you can see the rock formations are made from the twisted visages of tortured people, their faces elongated into barely recognizable striations in these rock formations. Everywhere, things seem to be charred and smoldering. It is incredibly hot and uncomfortable here. If not for the fiend leather of your armor, you would likely be burned alive. You have come across several different fiends thus far, but they've been easy to dispatch. You are definitely no neophytes whenever it comes to fighting, but your skills have been put to the test. You managed to find the camp of the cultists that you followed down into this hellscape, a group known as the Throes of Sunset. You managed to find their camp and many of the crates that you know they must have brought down here, for they still contain a lot of the bone fragments of Belorion, the Colossiah of light. Not all of the Colossiah seems to be here. There are significant portions missing. But more troubling, perhaps, is the fact that there are no members of this cult anywhere in sight, at least initially. As you began to look around, try to piece things together, figure out possibly where to go from here, you noticed movement. I believe it was Darian. Noticed movement heading towards you. And as Darian finally got a closer look, he was able to see that it was, in fact, some of the members of this cult making their way back to this camp. However, they didn't look quite right. They seemed to have been to have suffered quite a bit of damage to their bodies, and they appear to be scorched, lost to the fiends that possess them. And though these dwarves have various different wounds showing on them, the thing that they all seem to have in common is that all of their hands are missing at the wrist. But instead of there being merely a stump that exists there on the end of their arms, there are these grotesque bouquets of imp arms that are springing forth out of the end of their arms. There's probably at least half a dozen imp arms reaching and grasping and writhing out of the end of each stump as they make their way towards you. So, as each of you describes to me how you're getting ready for what you know is going to be an impending battle, go ahead and roll for initiative while you're describing that, please.
Katvrad draws the sword that she had already summoned when they descended down here, once again using her pact magic to summon a great sword in the likeness of the sword of Arinatvat as seen at Thrice Strike, and just takes this massive sword that is sort of roiling with this liquid smoke that seems to have little motes of light within it, and seems to move it with a deftness that belies her dwarven stature.
Basterad is he detaches the small pack that he carries and he sets it down, and starts to ready his staff, but it seems like it's caught for a moment, and it takes him an extra moment to release his staff as he prepares for the fight. And he does, it also turns to the others. Doesn't look like this went like they planned.
And I think that Sabanos, who was enamored with this place and the adventure of it all, understands danger. And so with this surpassing what would be fascination, is how it begins. So it's this rising sun of fascination that very turns into this sort of impending sense that he might die. But then having that strange inner dialogue that he's had before, and he had it when he was tied up on a post, waiting to die of malnutrition, waiting to die with cracks in his tongue from dehydration. And it's the thought of the fascination of death, not for the sake of being macabre, but because he still feels the deep guilt when his home fell, because he was away being selfish. And he knows that he's selfish deep down. And when he sees this death coming toward him, these imp arms, this unnatural, these hands grasping toward his guilt, he has that moment of panic. But then the cold, iced over mind that he has sharpened takes over. And he begins to take stock and calculate enemies. And circles up with his allies.
Haroon will pull out his longsword and immediately drop to one knee as he holds, placing both hands on the hilt of this longsword, and he closes his eyes and he'll begin to ask Belorion for a blessing.
Darian will see these cult members walking towards him, and at first will attempt to quiet everybody down so they can follow them or something like that. And then upon seeing how ravaged they are by whatever did this to them, some unspeakable thing that we have yet to encounter, his mind will change from subterfuge to survival, and he'll know that he's not facing people anymore, that this is something different. And will pull out his new magic short sword as well, and circle around with his allies, trying to stay defensive and cover each other's backs amongst the impending force.
So, the Hounds of Hell bay, and these cultists grow closer. And as they do so, you prepare yourself for what is sure to be a harrowing experience. Darian, you are quick to respond, and before they actually reach you, while they are within 30 feet of reaching the perimeter of your, or what was their camp, you get to act before they do so.
So how are these things approaching us? Did they like start running at us when they saw us, or are they still like sort of shambling? Like what sort of
Yeah,
assaults are they getting us?
It's more of a run. It's that kind of a pace, but it is still somewhat of a shambling kind of motion. It looks like they're very uncomfortable or unused to their bodies.
As these things run towards us, I imagine their expectation would be that we would like try to like step back and defend against their attack. So it might catch one of them off guard when Darian instead lunges forward, catching it in a different part of its run, unexpecting the sudden attack, as he'll move forward to meet it as well, and try to run it through. And I got a dirty 20.
That certainly will hit.
Perfect. So because of my archetype, I do have sneak attack. So that is going to be 32 damage, as Darian will surprise this thing with a sudden burst of speed and an unexpected strike, dealing a hefty blow as he'll just like run the sword through its midsection. And just in case it matters, that is with the magic fiend killing sword, so it's magical damage.
It does matter, so thank you. You said 32 points?
Yes.
Okay.
And then with that, seeing this thing dealt this blow, Darian will then use his bonus action, cunning action, to dash. And because I have hit it this turn, it cannot make an opportunity attack against me. So I will go. After the sword is pulled out, he'll sprint back before it can catch its balance, and join back up with the rest of his companions.
As you make the gash across this thing's belly and it opens, you can see inside a writhing mass of these imp-like creatures moving about inside of this dwarf. And as this gash has been opened up in its belly, you are hit with an extreme blast of heat, and you're going to take 2 points of fire damage. But you manage to back away from it before it can do anything else to you. It is still standing, however, even with this gaping wound in its belly. Okay, that brings us to Haroon.
All right. So yeah, Haroon knelt down, speaking a prayer to Belorion. Bless us, Belorion. Give us your light in this dark hour. Bless us in battle. And he will stand and he will hold up his weapon high, And as he does so, I'm going to cast Bless at a second level, which will allow me to grant this blessing upon my 4 companions. So whenever they make an attack roll or saving throw before the spell ends, they can roll a d4 and add that to their attack roll or saving throw. And then also just a reminder to my companions that as a paladin, I have several auras that are always in effect. So if you're within 10 feet of me, any saving throw you make is going to have a +4. And you cannot be frightened as long as I am conscious. So as I do this, even in the bowels of hell, just me as a beacon, Belorion's light will shine out like radiance as it kind of forms almost like a protective bubble around us.
Fantastic. As you do so, Haroon, these, what used to be cultists, seem to pause momentarily at the conjuring of the power of Belorion here in Hell. However, a moment's hesitation is all that it seems to buy you, as they then surge forward again with renewed vigor. There are a total of 5 of them that are here, one of which has been wounded already by Darian. The one that Darian wounded is going to close with you, Darian. Actually, we're just going to keep this simple. We're going to have one of them close with each of you. At least here in the beginning, that'll help keep things straight. Okay, so we're going to start with that one, the one that was damaged. Oh, you know what? We're just going to open this up with a real fun here. All of them, as they are closing the distance between you, just before they reach melee range, they open their mouths. Some of them opening hard and fast enough that it actually tears the skin at the corner of their lips. And as they do so, you can see this glowing orange energy, this heat, billowing up from inside of them. And each of them, upon each of you, is going to spew magma. In doing so, you realize that it's not just magma, that there seems to be bits and pieces of smoldering, burning entrails that comes up with this magma in attempts to coat you. Each of you, please, you need to make a dexterity saving throw.
With a +4 and a plus D4 for being for the bless and being near Haroon. Is that correct?
I believe
Yes,
so.
you're blessed, so you should have a D4, and then you're within 10 feet of me, so you get a +4 for that.
I'm sorry, was the bless on everyone?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. That makes it a 29 for me.
27 for me. I rolled a hot 19.
I'll be at 22, even with an 8 on the die, thanks to all that.
What was that, a con save you said?
Dex.
Dexterity.
Or dex? I still managed to only get a 15 out of all that.
And what was yours again, Jeff?
22.
Okay, excellent. So all of you managed to escape the worst of this magma bile that is spewed up onto you. Full damage is going to be 19 points. So if you saved, you're going to only take 9. And I believe if any of you are wearing Fiendhide armor, that should reduce it again to 5.
There was something, oh crap, because I'm also resistant to fire naturally.
I think, I don't think your armor grants that. I think that's just a racial bonus for being the type of dwarf that you chose.
Right.
Does my evasion count for that? It's a the thing that gives me.
Yeah,
the,
I was just gonna say the same
ability
thing.
to
So
dodge.
Darian will actually take no damage. He'll like see this thing at the last second,
Same
about
here.
to like spew
Fantastic.
this magma, and he'll like, instead of like trying to run back or cover, he'll actually like slide past it so that he's on the other side of it as it like spits the magma. So I have evasion, so I will take 0 because it's the deck save.
Yeah, Bastrad will kind of duck to the side and roll, and spring back up to his feet, having just barely avoided it as well.
And I think Sabanos would so as Darian slides, Bastarad rolls, I feel like Sabanos would sort of gingerly step up on top of a rock to avoid it, just like, oh. Very sort of garishly.
Kotvarad takes it full in the face, doesn't even try to dodge out of the way of it. And just as it hits this magma and entrails, she just shakes her head. All right, it's about to get interesting. I don't know why she sounds like that. She's never had that accent.
It's all that magma. It would do that to anybody.
Feel like Haru, not being as dexterous, would just kind of brace with his shield as this magnet spews over. And the from the aid spell that he had cast on the party earlier, he would just see the white ribbon that he had tied around just kind of darken as it absorbs most of that damage.
Excellent. Fantastic. Darian, the one that you had slashed across the stomach, you can see that the imps that are crawling around inside it, they appear to be fighting with one another even. And they reach outside of the belly of this dwarf, and the stump bouquets, if you want to call them that, of the dwarf actually reach down and grab the bottom and top of this gash and rend itself completely into 2 pieces. The top half of this dwarf lands on the ground beside its legs, and the imps come pouring out of this dwarf's torso as if they were cockroaches and begin to scatter and run. Okay, Katvarad, it is your turn. You are beginning your turn within 5 feet of this creature, so I need you to take 6 points of fire damage.
Reduced to 3, or was that reduced?
No, that would you would need to reduce it.
Right. All right. Yeah, since it's within 5 feet of me, I'm going to take 2 attacks with this summoned greatsword of Arinavat. As it closes in, I just step in with it and swing the giant greatsword in a couple of large arcs. The first attack is a I rolled a 1 on both the D20 and the D4, so that's a critical miss. I don't know if you do anything special for that.
Embarrass you? No, I'm just kidding. No.
Let's see if I can turn this into something awesome with a, maybe I meant to do that. The second attack is going to be 11, 12, 13 total.
Okay, that glances off of... Is that with the bless, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, it glances off of the remnants of armor that the dwarf still has on its body, not making it enough contact to deal any damage, unfortunately.
There's a couple loud clangs as I swing this greatsword around, and despite my efforts at making it look effortless, the clanging sound is the heavy blade crashing into the rocky terrain as I attempt to wield it very unsuccessfully.
This creature
I
kind
have
of
no
looks
other
at you.
actions.
Excellent. This creature kind of looks at you as your weapon clangs off of its armor. Bits of its entrails sticking in the beard of this dwarf, still smoldering and burning away some of the hairs as it's extremely hot. It kind of just looks at you with these orange orb-like eyes. Okay. Basterad. Likewise, you have one of these all up on your grill at the start of your turn, so you're going to take 5 points of fire damage, and then you may take your turn.
Is that 5 points before the armor
Before-
resistance?
Yeah, before the resistance. I'll let you guys handle that.
Okay. So it's 3 points, right? It's half.
I round in the
Halved?
party's favor, so it'll be 2.
Oh, okay. Well, I will accept that. Okay. So Basterad has finally freed his magical staff from its leather strap on his back after dodging out of the way of this vicious entrail onslaught. And after rolling to the side, his hands are sort of to his side, and he just is going to bring them up kind of swing bat style and try to run through this or slam into the side of this dwarf cultist. So that's a 22 to hit.
Will absolutely make contact.
Phantasmo. And that's a D. Two-handed quarterstaffs, D8. Okay. Hey, that's not bad. So 10 points of damage. And this is a fiend, correct?
Absolutely.
He must make a con save, DC 13, or become stunned until the end of my next turn, or his next turn.
Okay.
Until the end of their next turn. That's how I've written.
And he ended up with a 14. You said it was a 13?
Yep, 13.
Okay.
So he's not.
So he
stunned.
passed, but just barely.
But I will go ahead and use a key point. And Basterad, having swung with both hands, will bring a knee up into the dwarf's midsection, or attempt to at least. Oh, that's a 26.
Also a hit.
That seems like it makes sense. Hey, 9 points of damage on that one, and my fists are magic. Or my knees, my unarmed strikes are magic. And I'm
The
gonna
whole body is magic,
so
Austin.
yeah, my whole body's magic. And I'm gonna use
It's also a wonderland. So
Basterad's isn't. That's me again. But we're gonna I'm gonna go ahead and use the key point, like I said. So it's a 17 on the die plus a 4 on the D4. So I feel like that's probably gonna hit without doing all the math.
Yes.
And 4 plus 3 is 7. So 7 points with another punch. And I'll stay squared off with him, trying to kind of taunt him into foolishness. Feeling like I landed a few good punches. I'll get a little
Foolishness is the only language
overconfident.
they speak. So, look at you. Okay. You hit him 3 times. That means you are going to take fire damage in the total of 1 point for the first, 4 points reduced to 2 on the second, and another 4 points reduced to 2 on the third strike. As each of your blows kind of lands on this creature, the skin splits, almost like an overly ripe fruit, and these bursts of heat lash out at you at each of these incursions.
Yeah, Bastard just lets out like a guttural howl with every time his skin contacts this bursting fruit-like dwarf.
Dwarf fruit. Okay. Bastrad. Sabanos, you also have one on you. Starting next to you. Okay, so you'll take 6 points of fire damage at the start, and then you are free to act.
Perfect. So I think that fire damage is, as I sidestep the magma, this creature approaches, and I imagine it's just wading through that cinder puddle unhindered. I'm watching these fiends skitter away from one of the others. Do I get the sense that the imps or the fiends that are skittering out like roaches from the split dwarves are also a threat? You mentioned that they were scattering. Is that in fear or to regroup? Can I tell?
It seems more out of fear or retreat of some kind. They're definitely moving away from your group.
Understood. Okay, great. So I take a step back, and then what I do is I think that I would attempt to find the point on this thing as though it were hanging in a butcher's window. Physics are at play, like a cow on a hook. If you slice it in the right place, its own weight would take pieces off of it. And so what I'm trying to do, and I rolled, and with Alan's, I'm not sure if I'm within 10 feet. Do you know if I would be within 10
we'll
feet
say
of
for
Haroon
now
or
at
not?
least. Yeah, we'll say it now.
Okay.
For now at least that all of you are.
Perfect. So that would be a 23 to hit. I've already pre-rolled my attack and my damage. I'm using sneak attack if I can. And if not, if I can, then it is 19 damage using the almighty Fiend Melter, this strange weapon that was not only made by dwarven hands, but it had some elven qualities to it. So it also is a +2 weapon against fiends. And you threw this off on the cuff, but you basically said it has 1d4 + 1 charges, effectively the lowest level of Paladin Smite. Do I hit?
Yes.
Because if so, I would like to.
Yes,
I
you
didn't
absolutely
pre-roll
will
that.
hit.
Okay,
Mhm.
perfect.
And
So
is the 19 damage that you have already, is that including the +2 already?
it is not. I just wanted to make sure. I assumed they were fiends, but I just wanted to make sure.
Oh yes, very much so.
Perfect.
All right, so that
would be 21.
Mhm.
Perfect. So I have
Smite him with.
I have 2 charges with the sword. I rolled 1d4, actually 3 charges. I rolled a 2. So
Okay.
I don't know what is the lowest level of a Paladin Smite. It's a D8.
Starts at 2d8, I believe.
Ooh, nasty.
Yep, 2d8.
Perfect. So that would be an additional 7 and 5.
Okay.
So it would have been 21 plus the 7 plus the 5.
33.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Whew.
So I'm gonna have to roll the same thing on this to see what happens.
Sure.
Ooh, okay. So you deal the damage to this fiend. Oh, holy shit! I just rolled.
I'm
my
not
die.
sure. I'm not
I
sure if
rolled
that's for
my-
the good guys or the bad guys.
No, it's a surprise at physics. I tossed my die into my leather rolling tray. It bounced out and landed on the rim of the rolling tray and stayed there. So it's balanced on the edge of my dice tray.
It's a good omen.
Crazy. So that's 5 points of fire damage from making contact with this thing.
Okay. In addition to the 5 I started with.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah. Every time that you make contact with it, it deals it, and then if you start your turn within 5 feet of it, you also get dealt it.
Perfect.
So, your cut of this creature causes a very large slash. A piece of it indeed begins to fall away. Some of the imps inside of it kind of spilling out, almost like a bucket full of some kind of implements that are dumped onto the ground. And you see likewise the dwarf take these arm bouquets and reach to either side of this slash that you have just made and completes the rending of itself into 2 pieces, as if taking off like a heavy jacket. It just tears itself open and falls to either side, and these imps scatter and run.
That's so cool. I mean, so far, I know you cook up nasty stuff, so it's cool now. But I also understand
I'm just
foreshadowing.
Waiting for the 200 imps that swarm us.
Exactly.
Or like when we get to see one of us in a skin suit.
That'll do it too.
As a skin suit.
Right. Exactly. So Jeremy, as that happens and those imps sort of start to fall away, what I'd like to do is use my disengage action if I have to. If I'm close enough where I have to use a disengage action, I will use that. If not, I will use my dash action to get as far away as I can from the dwarves, but still within 10 feet of Haroon.
Okay, so you're kind of looking for an empty spot.
Yeah, Sabanos
Okay.
is not wanting to get burned again. He's sort of doing the
Sure.
math on that and just trying to just put a little distance. And that'll be the end of my turn.
Okay, yeah, the one that you were engaged with literally rended itself in 2, so it's not going to pose a threat to you as you step away from it. So you are absolutely free to do so. Excellent. Okay, that will bring us back to Darian. Darian, the one that was closed with you, rended himself in half, so you do not currently have an engagement. So it's your turn.
Yeah, Darian, seeing the one he was immediately fighting with, has dispersed into imps or something. He'll look to find another one of these cultists who are still standing.
Yeah, there are still 3 of them that are haranguing you, and one of them is fairly damaged. The one that's on Bastarad.
Darian will move to engage one of the ones that is not hurt yet. Lunging at it again. Similar to what we just saw from Sabanos, as he brings his short sword up to slash at this thing, we'll see it begin to glow with a radiant light. As he too will use a charge to ignite this blade. And hopefully a 18 will do it.
An 18 absolutely will hit.
Perfect.
Which one did you describe yourself going after again? Is this the one that Bastarad is already damaged, or a fresh one?
A fresh one, yeah.
Okay, excellent.
All right. So that is going to be, again with sneak attack, 32 magical slashing damage, and then 9 radiant damage. So 39 total.
Okay, so you're going to take 2 points of fire damage from the heat whenever you make contact. You said it was 32 normal damage, or magical.
Yes, magic damage,
and
yep.
and then 9
9
radiant?
radiant.
Okay.
Mhm.
You strike this thing with your radiant energy, and you can see that the radiant power of this attack cuts through this creature as if it were made of butter. It takes double damage from the radiant portion of your attack, and please describe to me what it looks like as this kills this creature.
So as Darian's sword like slashes down across at an angle, it'll just like draw a line across this thing's torso from one shoulder down to the opposite hip. And where the sword slashes, you can see like a line of radiance like still smoldering across the point where he had cut this thing. And unlike a normal wound, which would just be the single slash, we can see some of the radiance begin to like almost like tendril out from this point where this cut had gone as the radiance begin to smolder and move through the body, basically igniting this thing in a holy flame as it'll like slowly at first creep out from where the wound had been struck and then very quickly engulf this thing in just a flash of golden light before it's reduced to ash.
And the remaining imps that were inside this body that were not completely cleft in twain by your strike make an awful like noise and try to scramble to get away from this radiant energy, likewise scattering and disappearing quickly amongst the rocks and crates of the camp. Okay, Haroon, it is your turn.
All right. And there's 2 left. Is that correct?
Yes, one is untouched and the other is dancing with Bastrad.
Okay. Haroon will move forward towards the one that is untouched. As he'll come in and basically kind of push it back with his shield to create an opening. And then he's going to take a swipe with his Warhammer. All right. And that is a 15.
15 will hit. You started your turn next to this one that was uninjured, I think. So you'll take... Yeah, so you'll take 2 points for the beginning of your turn, and then with the successful strike, it'll be a further 3. But a 15 will hit.
All right. Okay. So that's going to be 9 bludgeoning from this magic weapon. And I'll go ahead and use my extra attack to hit it again. And that is going to be 24 with 7 more damage.
Okay, the second strike will deal 1 point of fire damage to you, and this thing takes 16 points from your 2 blows, seemingly still eager to fight you. Okay, it is their turn. There are only 2 of them that remain. One is on Haroon. Excuse me, the other is on Bastrad. Bastrad, the one that is on you, turns towards you and is going to attack you 3 times. Once with each of its bouquet arms, with an attack called Rake of Many Hands, and then once with a burning bite. So it is going to strike out at you with the first bouquet. What is your AC?
16.
And is going to hit you with that.
Nice and low.
The second will not hit a 16. And then the bite. Oh, the bite is also going to hit. So you get a scritch and a bite. All right. Let's see. Okay, the scratch is going to deal 9 points of slashing damage, and 4 points of... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm going to use my Aura of the Guardian, since Bastard's still within 10 feet of me, and I will take that damage for him.
Okay. There's also 4 points of fire damage that comes with it.
Okay.
But again, that'll be reduced by your armor and such. Okay, the Burning Bite is going to deal 4 points of piercing and 11 points of fire damage. And Bosterod, where this thing bit you, apparently it got close enough to you that you have now caught on fire.
Okay, so how much damage did I actually take? I got a little confused there with the math.
I think Alan soaked up all of the damage from the first hit.
The first hit. Okay, so the second one.
The second hit, you took 4 points of piercing damage. And then the fire damage was
11, you said.
11, yeah, that sounds right.
Which makes it 5 with my reduction.
Yes, correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He sets you on fire.
Yeah, Bastard will scream at this, like this realization, but it's like it's not a scream of pain. It's more of a like guttural scream of anger. Like there's no words in it, but you can all hear a "how fucking dare you" in this bellow.
There's an additional piece to this onslaught, Busterod. Not only did it set you on fire whenever it bit you, but when it struck you with this arm bouquet, you saw one of the imps crawl out of the end of this dwarf's stump and disappears beneath your skin. If you would please note somewhere on your sheet that you have a star or just a tick mark or what have you.
A tick. You got a hell tick.
You have a hell tick.
Perfect. Okay. That was the one engaged with Bastrad. The one that is on you, Haroon, is going to attempt to give you the same treatment. 3 attacks, 2 from Rake of Many Hands and 1 from a Burning Bite. What is your AC?
My AC is 19.
Okay. So the first Rake of Many Hands is going to hit. The second is going to miss. And the bite is likewise going to miss. So it's just one of these hand attacks. You're going to take 8 points of slashing and 6 points of fire damage. You likewise notice that as this thing attacks, from one of the wounds that you had dealt to this creature, one of the imps leaps out of the opening and disappears into your chest. Please make a tick mark on your sheet. Okay, that brings us to Katvarad.
All right. Having taken a couple swings at this one, who's engaged with the one that I was engaged with?
Somebody it might have been the one that Darian just killed. So you may not actually have one currently next to you.
Well, then let's see. We got Basterad and Haroon that just got attacked by these.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
The one that the one that's on Basterad, I raise the sword or rather, I dragged the sword across the ground where the tip was from when I missed before, just sort of kicking up. And I imagine almost with some of the natural elements that are in here, it creates this sort of sparking as it just. And as it sparks, I draw the sparks magically up into the blade through my arm. And as I say the words, Conflagrato Spiritus Sanctus, a pure white fire descends down onto the dwarf disaster that's on Bastrad, and it needs to make a dexterity saving throw. DC 15.
Okay, I got a 15 on the die, so it's going to pass.
That is going to pass, which means it will dodge the sacred flame that I just summoned.
So it doesn't take anything?
Nope, it's a cantrip, so there's
okay.
no damage on a save.
As if almost anticipating the accursed magic in this place, it moves very quickly to the side, avoiding this column of white fire.
This was a lot easier when I could use shadow powers. That's the end of my turn.
Okay. We will then move to Bastrad. Bastrad, you still have one of these things on you. So at the beginning of your turn, you're going to take 2 points of fire damage, and then you are free to act.
Bastrad is simultaneously terrified of what he just saw crawl into him and infuriated that this thing has had the nerve to try such a disgusting maneuver on him. So he's going to go ahead and grip his staff again with both hands, and he's going to just bring it down, try to bring it like with the butt straight down onto the into the face of this thing, trying to crush it with as much might as he can.
While you're rolling, I forgot that you are on fire. So.
Oh yes, I'm on fire too.
Yes.
I should probably address
He's
that.
on fire.
I forgot that as well.
He's heating up.
From downtown.
He's on fire.
You're going to take 6 more points from the fire that's engulfing you. And then...
Okay.
What did you get on your attack
roll? Do I still have the extra D4?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I don't remember how long that goes for. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, so that's a 25 to hit. No,
Ooh, it's
26
really
to
close.
hit.
But no, yeah.
Yep, it's on the edge there. Okay.
If only he wasn't going midriff.
So that's 6 points of damage with my magic staff, and he has to make a con save again.
Okay. Ooh.
I think this one does. This one have a recharge? I didn't write down that it had like a number of charges. It just said when attacking a fiend, they must make a con save at DC 13 or become stunned until the end of their next turn.
It's just that weapon.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, and he's going to fail with only a 6.
Awesome. So then, seeing that, I still have another attack, but there's still another one of these around, right?
There is, yes, on Haroon.
Yeah. So, okay, so then instead of using my staff attack, I will use one of my bonus actions and another key point to do 2 unarmed strikes. Actually, I guess I'll hold off and see.
Is this against the stun one or the one of... That's with Haroon?
Actually, you know what? I'll just move straight to the one around Haroon and do another straight staff attack now that I've thought about it.
Okay.
Seems like it makes more sense. So that's a 21 to hit.
Also a hit.
22 to hit.
Yes.
I keep forgetting about the +1. Oh damn. That's only gonna be a 2, 4, 5 points of damage. And then I will use a bonus action for an unarmed strike. Let's hope that the D4 helps. Nope. That's my unarmed strike's a 15. 15.
That is a hit.
Hey, okay. For 8 points of damage, magical fists. So holding the staff in one hand after the two-handed strike, he just is starting to wail on him with one fist. And I will use a key point to do another attack, which will be a 17.
Also a hit.
For 6 points of damage.
Okay. 6 more points. He is still up, but is not looking good. They are about on par with one another as far as how much damage that they have taken. From the 3 hits that you landed, you will take 5, 2, and 3 points of fire damage. As still, these splits, these ruptures occur at the surface and spew heat in your direction with each blow.
So 2, 1, and 1.
2, 1. Yes, correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, that was Bastrad. Sabanos, you do not have one of these things currently next to you, so you will not take the heat damage at the beginning of your turn.
Yes.
And it is your turn to act.
Okay. As I watch, so is the one that Bastrad was just wailing on, are any of them still standing and intact, or did all of them dissipate?
No, 2 of them are still intact. That's probably a strong usage of the word, but they are still in this, if you will. The one that Bastrad stepped away from seems to kind of be floundering, as if not exactly sure what to do. The one that is stuck between Bastrad and Haroon is aware of what's going on, but is attended to at the moment.
Okay, perfect. So what I will do is I will swoop in around the side of the one that Bastrad was just wailing on and using, the staff and all this. And I just watched this whirlwind of this like flesh and these cinders and sparks sort of coming off of this thing. And I come behind it and I'm trying to sort of hamstring it. So I'm going to just sort of like run by and give it a swipe with this blade that I'm holding, this fiend melter. So all up, because I don't think I'm now 10 feet within Haroon, if I've run around the side of Bastrad, all up, it is an 18. But the sword is a +2 to fiends, so that would be a dirty 20.
Yes, that is a hit.
Okay, perfect. And if that's still a sneak attack situation because of where, I don't know, would you consider that a sneak attack or no?
Yes, because Bastrad and Haroon are both closed with this thing as well, it would be.
Okay, perfect. So then I rolled the damage separately just in case it wasn't. So with the sneak attack damage, it would be 14 all up. And I'm going for that like hamstringing to try to take advantage of it being dazed and sort of out of it.
14 points of damage is exactly what it needs to finish it off. So what does that look like?
If you'll allow it, I think that as I hamstring it, it begins to topple as the flesh of its legs sort of rips and begins to cascade down almost in ribbons. And I take the tip of the sword, I poke it into this cavernous chest full of these pock marks and holes, and I just sort of push it over away from me and Bastarad. And so as the top half of this thing falls and it slaps the ground with this meaty thud, it just sort of breaks open and the fiends just sweep from in it.
Absolutely. They swirl away, some of them not moving and getting back up, others scattering like their brethren. You will take 6 points of fire damage from that attack.
Perfect. And that will complete my turn.
Okay. There is one remaining. It is currently stunned, seemingly unsure of exactly what to do in the situation. Darian, we're back to you.
So Darian, seeing the last one in a daze, will rush towards that and attempt to attack that one as well. Oh, I rolled the extra die with advantage and it was a crit.
There you go. I would imagine you will probably finish this thing off.
So you do max damage and then roll. Reminder for crits.
So you do max damage plus your modifiers, and then you roll and add your modifiers a second time.
Okay. So before I even count up my dice, I'm at 44. Do I need to roll my dice?
Only if you really want to.
I kind of want to see where this goes at this point.
So it would be.
Did you say 700? No, I'm just kidding.
You kill these imps' grandchildren.
Wait, these things reproduce?
It would be 76 damage total.
Like cockroaches. 76 total. Okay,
Yeah.
So yes, please, you're going to take 6 points of fire damage, so take that. But then you can describe how you dismantle this thing.
Yeah, it's I think similar to the other one. The sword's still shimmering with some of the radiance it expelled in the previous attack. Darian will charge towards it. And given that it can't move or act, there's no defense that it can really muster. And with one like quick slash across it, and then like he'll spin around and like stab it through the center, just cutting it into multiple pieces before like kicking it off his sword. As once again, like bits of radiance will burn part of the husks away as the sword like shimmers.
As the last of these things collapses, these imps scatter. You guys look around and you realize that not all of the imps ran directly away. Some of them, again, like roaches without a place to hide, they ran for the nearest vessel. And you can see Fej standing near the edge of the camp. Just, again, kind of catatonic, just standing there. And as you kind of turn around to take stock of everything, you can see at least a dozen of these creatures jumping into and disappearing beneath the skin of Fej.
Bastarad doesn't even see this. He's frantically patting the fire off of himself as soon as this last cultist is, or husk of a cultist is dispatched. And he's also looking and tearing frantically at his clothing, trying to expose the wound where he saw this creature climb in.
Where this creature disappeared, there's a small scar on your skin, almost kind of in the shape of a star pattern, and No other obvious sign of it passing besides that.
He'll look to Katvarad, and he's got a decent amount of panic in his eyes. He says, one of those things crawled into me. And he starts like reaching for the Colossiah dagger that he keeps as an heirloom, as if he's going to start like cutting at where the scar is.
So you're going to cut surface level?
Well, does
Or-
Katvarad have any?
Oh, okay.
If he looks like he's going to start cutting into the scar where he thinks one of these things went into him,
So-
which is anything.
I've been wondering this. Is this something that I would be familiar with? This whole general attack?
Absolutely. Now, while this particular type of fiend is not something you've come across, fiends are as varied as species of insects or flowers on the surface level. They are comprised of, amalgamation is not quite the right word, but a colony of imps will a lot of times form a contract or a union with one another. The more that there is, the larger an imp, a larger a fiend it can become. And they still remain individual, even though their outside shape and size would change. And sometimes they tear themselves apart from infighting. Sometimes they stay together and eventually become larger and more powerful. But fighting fiends always comes with a certainty that somebody in the fight is going to take on some of these imps as a possession. This is the inner demons, literally, that dwarves bring back with them from this place. And many of them eventually lose this struggle, the imps taking over control, and they become known as the Scorched.
So would I have any particular insiders or something I can roll to determine if I might know sort of the equivalent of infernal medicine?
What is it that you're trying to ascertain?
If I would know, like this seems like if you work in a factory and there's certain types of injuries you're going to encounter on the job, you just know right away, okay, I got poked by a piece of metal that has oil on it. I need to disinfect it or I could get a staph infection. Okay, I just fought a fiend and one of the imps got inside my body and is possessing me. What's the disinfectant? Is that something, is there a way I could see if I know how to treat this on the job injury?
Okay, so I will go ahead and tell you that there is not a way to cure this.
Okay, so knowing that and seeing Bastarad with a blade in hand, I would quickly run over to him and grab his wrist and stop him. Looking up at him, no, don't do it. You'll only hurt yourself more.
How do I get it out?
You don't.
And with this, he kind of looks up for a moment, realizing what this kind of means for not only what's already happened, but what's about to happen and where they're headed. And he starts to nod. Of course, we knew there would be a cost. apologize. I was acting irrationally. And he slides the dagger back in its sheath and picks his pack up.
Lestrade, during your outburst of emotion, you had a hard time reining yourself back in from that edge. That anger seemed to linger with its grasp over you for just a little bit longer than it normally might have otherwise.
Bastard will kind of make note of this, but not say anything, and try to focus more on the task at hand, and looks down at the husks of the dwarven cultists that they sort of freed from this possession, and he tries to look at them with pity for just a moment, but he feels that it's just overwhelmed by hate. There's something about these people that is so loathsome and what they've done, and something about the way that Bastard feels in this moment that he can't pity them.
After stopping Bastard from unnecessarily harming himself and seeing that he kind of gets it, I walk away from him just a few steps. I look around at what's left. I imagine still smoldering remnants of entrails, bits and pieces of discarded skin suits from the imps, maybe charred remnants of imps themselves, and looking at my clean blade and the fact that I did nothing. And I look at the sword that roils with this liquid smoke energy, this magical energy that's partially powered by the magic that I still cling to from the entity that I encountered the last time I was here, and partially powered by the divine celestial energy that I overtook when Ingvarad was taken from us. And I look at it with revulsion. I concentrate on the blade, straining. I imagine you can see like a vein in my forehead pulsing. You can hear maybe a bit of cracking as I'm gritting my teeth hard. And as I do that, I imagine the liquid smoke sort of dissipating, and the sword in my hand turns pure white from radiant light. And as it does so, I throw it to the ground, and it seems to just almost, as it hits the ground, it does so as if it were itself made of this now radiant liquid smoke, and just sort of as I dispel it. I've been holding on to this for too long, clinging to the last shreds of this thing that gave me this power. And it is holding me back, I think. And you just see, as I turn my now empty hands over, they're just sort of crackling with this radiant energy. Whether or not it's fully successful, at least in the moment, I'm attempting to push away the last vestiges of this what was my hex blade pact, and grasp on fully to the now celestial warlock side of myself. It's pure flavor, but I'm also no longer armed.
As you are doing so, this smoke this liquid smoke that dissipates upon the ground for just a moment as it curls upwards, turns black, and you hear a voice in your head.
I'm sorry. I just imagine the answer to that. The others might hear it. It's low, but I just respond with, fuck off.
I think Haroon would, once the battle is over, everyone's kind of gathering themselves. He looks at the palm of his hand and he notices this small pentagram marking since the imp had entered him. And as he stares at this marking, he sees flashes, memories of Bonekin villages on fire, screaming as Kalendari elves go in and slaughter, making their conquest. And he would close his hand over that marking, and he would just take just any sort of cloth that he could just tear away, and then he'll just kind of wrap it around his palm and just kind of gather his effects as he regroups.
So as things have grown still and quiet here in this little corner of hell, at least for the moment, and you decide where it is that you're going to push next, we're going to go ahead and take our break. So 5 or 10 minutes, refill your drinks, smoke them if you got them, kiss your spouse, go to the bathroom, etc., etc. Bonus points if you can do it all at the same time. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in this evening. Whether you're watching live with us along tonight or whether you were watching at some point in the future, it does mean a ton to me. So thank you. This has been fantastic so far. I cannot wait to get to the second half of what I have planned for this evening and see what you guys are going to do with it. So sit tight, and we will be right back. it helps if I open my camera lens. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the second part of tonight's episode of Whispers and Fragments. Yeah, super happy with how this game goes every single time that we sit down to play it, and tonight is absolutely no exception. So I'm very eager to get into the second half of what we have for this evening. So, without further ado, I think we will go ahead and hop back into it, like the game's Bastarat or Haroon. Just gonna jump right back in. Okay. You have cleared the battlefield. You have slain 5 of these cultists, swarming internally with imps, and cleared the camp. You can see the path that these things took to get towards you. There are large rock features that I described earlier with these kind of twisted, elongated visages of agonized people. And beyond that, you can see that it almost flattens out into a kind of almost a salt flat looking terrain. But it's dotted with smaller little rock outcroppings and things here and there. So as you begin to make your way... Oh, I guess I should ask. Are you going in the direction that these cultists came from? Or do you have a different plan?
Does it look like there's anywhere that we could potentially conceal some of these boxes of Colossiah bone?
So where they are is kind of a natural opening in these taller rock croppings, so they're actually somewhat fairly well hidden as it is. However, the crates are open, so at the very least it might be a good idea to kind of close them, maybe try to possibly even lock them, though you don't have the key.
That's fine. We can definitely worry about that later. Let's worry about locking. I'll lock them up and like take any of the tents that these cultists may have been using. Try to like cover them up, just make it look like a pile of rubbish, more than anything worth investigating. But after that, Bastrad would definitely be ready to pursue.
Yeah, it seems logical to go in the direction that they came from.
I feel like Sabanos would sort of slip back into, now that adrenaline is starting to fade and he's kind of, where he is, slip back into that fascination of it, like, yes, we must go deeper.
Bastrad would also take just a quick moment to rifle through his pack, pull out one of the healing potions, look around. Does anyone else need anything? Pop the cork off and down.
Wait.
Oh, no. Okay, he'll pop the cork off and hear Cathrad say, wait. He'll stoop down, pick the cork back up.
Save that in case I'm not here to help you. And how bad do you look?
Not
bruised,
horrible.
bloody.
A little bruised, like not horrible. He's just being overly cautious.
As I tell you to save it, in case I'm not around, I just sort of touch your hand, and there's some of that radiant energy dumps into you. I have healing light. I have a pool of D6s that I can use. To start with, I'm going to dump 7 points of healing into you. Is that better?
He kind of coughs and spits out a bit of blood. Better. Thank you.
I dump 11 more.
Oh,
So a total of 18 points of healing to you. I used 4d6 out of my pool to do that.
he kind of cracks his neck. He goes, much better. Thank you.
What about the rest of you? Darian, how did you fare in that fight?
I'm feeling just fine. I didn't take most of the brunt of it.
Haroon?
I am okay.
Sabanos, are you all right?
I am burned. Burned. And he's sort of like looking at himself, and it's almost the just because it was from that heat that came from off of them, it's these sort of blisters around maybe the hand where he tried to stab, or like the face and that kind of thing.
Let me see. And I sort of just kind of reach up and turn his head side to side, take his hands in mine, and as I do so, I dump 9 points of healing into you.
Ooh, nice. Thank you.
I have a total of 11, Jeremy, of these. I've used 6 so far. We should go.
Yes, let's.
I think I would sort of kind of take the point just because this is like my house. This just feels like I'm the one that kind of knows the lay of the land. It's not out of any cockiness or anything. It's just without thinking, I just say we should go, and I just start walking.
Pastred will be right behind you, slightly to your side, but staying a few steps back, letting you lead the way.
So, heading in the direction that these fiends came from, you kind of descend a shallow slope downwards into this kind of flats area. And as you walk along, you can see creatures kind of at quite a distance from you. Additional fiends, individual imps in these little roaming herds, if you want to call them that. They seem to be paying attention to your passing, but do not seem to be intent on approaching. Occasionally, from the cracks of this salt flat style landscape, one of these fiends will fall into this crack or will misstep just a bit and instantly stretches up towards the sky some 30, 40 feet, its limbs elongating and slowly coming to a frozen type position in a mockery of a tree. This happens more and more until eventually it looks as if you are now amid a forest that seemingly sprung up out of nowhere. Haroon, these smaller outcroppings of rock that you saw before you descended into this flats, now that you're passing by them, you realize that flash that you saw of your comrades falling, that visage has not dissipated. And you're now seeing their contorted faces of pain and death in the surfaces of these rocks as you are passing them. And then you start noticing that some of them appear to be bonekin corpses, twisted in the same agony and pain, some of which you recognize as something you inflicted upon these individuals.
This place is truly hell. But as he's examining one of these rocks, but I imagine it's more internalized. For each of us, our own personal hell.
As you guys examine what Haroon is talking about, to you, these rock outcroppings have looked much like the rest that you have passed already. Again, yeah, you can see every once. It's almost like when you look at a cloud, you can kind of see a shape there. It almost looks like a face, but not quite. But now that Haroon has started to point out some of these, you see the same thing that he does. These seem like Kalendari and Bonekin that have been twisted and contorted into these terrain elements. Do you press onward?
Astrad tries to ignore them as best as possible. He is thinking solely of the goal of reaching the throes of sunset or whatever is left of them, dispatching them, and trying to return to the surface with whatever is left of what they've taken.
I imagine illusions and these sort of infernal mirages are second nature to Kadvarad. This is something, regardless of what it is, whether she sees it or not, she knows that this comes with the territory. This is something you're going to see down here. And so I just imagine her moving on past them, maybe glancing if she sees something, but for the time being, just giving it little more than a glance and continuing on.
Katharad, it's when you glance at one of these, that small lapse in your attempt to ignore this this experience. It's when you glance that you notice one of them is familiar enough that it warrants a second look. When you make the second look, when you do this double take, you notice that it's Ingvarad.
I think almost involuntarily, then yeah, I would stop. That I wasn't expecting.
Astrad almost bumps into you, not anticipating you stopping, and so focused on the path ahead. But he kind of barely stops short. What is it? And starts kind of glancing around on edge, clearly.
So often when unsure of how my character should react, I roll a d20 against my wisdom. I rolled a natural 1. I think you just hear Ingvarad's name in sort of a faltering voice escape my lips. Ingvarad. And I take a hesitant couple of steps towards this, what appears to be Ingvarad. No. No, this can't be. This can't be where you wound up. And unless somebody stops me, I'm going to keep walking towards this, what appears to be Ingvarad.
If I look where she's looking, do I see the same thing? I can recognize the face.
You do. Anybody that wishes. I'm going to say, Kotvrod, if you're going to make this roll, do so with disadvantage, but anybody can roll perception if they would like. I will also take investigation, if you would rather.
I'm not going to roll. Since I rolled a natural 1 on my own character roll, I'm going to just fail whatever this check is.
Okay, so all of you except for Kotvrod and Darian. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so everybody except for Kotvrod and Darian. You look to see what Kotvrod is dealing with, and you can see that this rock does look like Ingvarad. Contorted, twisted, elongated in an unnatural way, an unnatural shape, but still something about it is recognizable. However, this isn't the only Ingvarad that you see. Others of these rock formations likewise seem to be in the appearance of the Lost Bonekin cleric.
As soon as he realizes that, Bastrad is going to run towards Katvarad and try to kind of just bear hug her. No, it's a trick. Stop.
No, this is...
Look. He'll point to the other faces he sees. Look, there and there. There was only one of her. There is only one of her, and we'll find her. But this is not her.
It has to be her. Hell, this place, it distorts things. One of them is her. And wherever, first of all, I'm going to try to break free of Bastrad.
Sounds like
I'm going to hold as tight as possible.
Yeah.
That is a 21 athletics check.
Oof. Yeah, no, yeah. She wriggles free.
Ooh,
I just break free, and I'm running to 2 or 3 of these forms that Bastrad indicated, and just running up to them and trying to see if any one of them is really Ingvarad. No, this can't be. This can't be how you ended up. This can't be your fate. And running up to one, and I imagine just getting right up to it, going to touch her face, and brushing hair aside, and instead finding maybe pebbles or stone, and running from one to the other, and moving back and forth between them for the moment, trying to see if one of them really is her.
Katvarad, that thing that took her was shadow and deceit. You cannot trust it. We have to have hope that she's still here somewhere.
I've been away too long. I'm forgetting what this place does. Are you sure, Bastorat? Are you sure that that's not her? And I just point at the nearest formation that looks to me like Ingvarad.
And you hear certainty in his voice. You don't know if it's from a place of actually believing it or just convincing himself to believe it, but it does sound like he's sure when he says, "Yes, she must be. I would know. I would know if anything had happened."
I look up at you, towering up, probably more than twice my height. You're right. Like I said, I've been away from this place for too long. I've forgotten how it can twist and manipulate your mind.
If anyone had the will to resist hell, it was Ingvarad. We'll find her.
I look back toward the what looked like Ingvarad, and I imagine still to me looks like Ingvarad. And I don't know if anybody sees it, but for just a moment, the black storm cloud of roiling darkness just flickers across my eyes. And I turn away.
It is true, this place. It will test us. It will draw out our worst fears, our darkest desires, our failings. We must stay together. We cannot trust our own eyes. If somebody sees something, we must all agree to see the same thing. For we will become lost.
And I think it's at this moment, as Haroon is bolstering everyone else, convincing them to press on, and the rest of them start to move. Haroon, you look over and you see one of these rocks that looks like Ingvarad. And you notice the one beside it looks like Karast. Likewise, you see additional of these features that seem to be your mentor. And as you begin to move away from this horrid forest, Bostrad, you see a few of these rocky outcroppings that look like Vidaris.
When Bastrad sees that, he'll actually take Catbrad, like hold her around the shoulder. Say, "Look there. You see that one? Who does that look like to you?"
I see it. I see it. I see her.
Now you know this place is lies. She's surrounded by the most skilled defenders and artisans with the blade. She's protected. She's safe. We made sure of that. This place is nothing but deception, and I refuse to believe any of it.
You continue onward, and these rocky outcroppings become fewer and further between. Eventually, however, these imp trees grow dense, closely knotted together, gnarled and blackened by the heat here. And eventually you come across a small clearing in them. And at the edge of the clearing, there stands a door. It does not appear that you could pick your way around this door by going into these trees on either side. They're just too densely knotted together. This door sits almost defiantly, aware that it doesn't belong, but bold in its presence all the same. Sabanos, you recognize this door. This door is familiar to you, though the last time you saw it was certainly not here.
And I would sort of rack my brain and try to place where this door is from. I would try to... It's that hauntingly familiar thing, like a tune stuck in your head, but you can't remember the song. And it's always the oddest thing. And so I would stare at it. I would look. And would I recognize anything in particular?
So I just sent you a private message here in the game chat.
And then it hits me. This was the door that I would come up to far too often, because this door was in Belorion. And behind the door was something self-serving as usual. I would, there was a, some sort of like wealthy, younger person of my age. So this is kind of going back to Sabanos' youth. And it would be, I would do their tutelage, their studies, and I would do it very quickly. And they knew how to connect me with people who could get me aether in these dens. And I would basically get a free pass into this sort of underground aether den that was sort of polished for the wealthy. It was not dangerous. It was not a drug house. It was a like a flop house for wealthy Beloronians. And by doing these different tasks and these homeworks, so I would come to this door, and this is where I would knock, and she would come out and then retrieve me. I would do her studies, her work, in her handwriting, of course. I mean, we don't want to get caught. And then she would, give me entrance to this place.
So do you actually knock upon this door?
An old habit, it's an old habit. I had a specific knock, and it was sort of a pattern. And unless anybody stopped me, I would probably go into a bit of a daze or like a trance. And then like just reach up with my knuckle poking out of my fist, about to knock on it. And And unless anyone stays my hand, I would do the...
As you rap upon this door with your knuckle, Sabanos, it creaks open at just the slightest touch. Beyond, you don't see more of the warped forest of these imp trees. You see the interior of this flophouse, this ether den. And a familiar smell wafts out of it to assail your senses. Intoxicating, alluring.
I would. Breathe it in so deeply. Not just the smell of used aether, but the smell of a place that's lived in. The lingering perfumes, the hints of chemistry, the smell of the furnishings, the structure itself, the woods and the paints and the things that have been eaten there far too many times, but dulled over and aged. And as I sort of breathe in this familiar smell, in the back of my mind, it all smells burnt.
Do the rest of you react at all to the opening of this door and seeing what lies on the other side of it?
Bastrad is hesitant to react. He's doubting his own eyes in this place, so he waits to see if anyone else has a response that confirms what he's seeing.
I think there's a moment when Sabanos first goes to like knock at the door that Darian will sort of like lift up a hand and like lurch forward to try to stop him, not knowing what will happen when we do so. But then seeing that there's not really anywhere else for us to go in this direction, and almost being caught up in the hesitation of like not knowing what's real or fake here. He'll like stop himself, whether on purpose or accidentally. He's not even quite sure. And when the door is opened, he'll sort of like just let the hand fall and sort of like look towards the others. I imagine catching eyes with Basterad and just having this look of like, what?
This can't be what's truly there, right? This is some fiendish trick.
I think we just have to operate on the assumption that the word real doesn't mean anything here. It's real and it's not.
I suppose we venture through the door then. Doesn't seem we can go around it. The forest is too thick here.
It's that or turn back the way we came. I think it's dangerous to backtrack. We could be being followed.
Certainly. Bastrad will take that as a sign that it's time to go, and he'll step through the door.
As I just mutter, I think you're all starting to get the hang of hell.
Is anyone refraining from going through the door? One by one,
As real quick, as soon as Bastrad goes through, he'll say, "Should we at least try to prop it open just in case? I would hate to be stuck." And maybe just grab, I don't know, I'm sure I've got something in my pack that I can just grab, like I'll grab one of his torches and just try to wedge it underneath the door once it's open.
It's not difficult to do so. Kind of make an impromptu stake out of it to hold this door open. As one by one you step through this threshold and find yourselves in this ether den. Looking behind you, you can see that you've not just stepped through a door the way it looked on the outside, but it looks instead as though curtains have been parted. These sheer, immaculate-looking curtains. Looking back through them, you can see a rectangular shape that looks out into the hellscape forest that you've just left, and you can see Bostrad's torch still there propping this doorway open. But wherever you stepped into is certainly not what would normally have been on the other side of this door frame. Moments after the last one of you has crossed the threshold, this entire room shakes violently. A chandelier hanging from the ceiling kind of jumps and jingles and tinkles as it comes to a rest, having been jarred around. Everyone in this place pauses their merriment, immediately looking around with fear and confusion starting to build in their expressions. And then it happens again. Something falls off of a nearby wall and crashes to the floor. You can feel the panic starting to spread in this room.
Bastard will turn to the others saying, Is this it? Is this Belorion? Are we in? Is it falling now? And they'll look back towards the door, a bit panicked that maybe something is going horribly wrong.
All of you feel the floor lurch beneath your feet, almost as if you were in an elevator that kind of dropped a little unexpectedly. And then the floor begins to slowly tilt. Things start to slide across the room. Screams begin to erupt from somewhere else outside of this establishment, as well as in the room itself. And people begin to jump to their feet and run for the door. Full-on hysteria has taken hold of many of the people in this den.
Bastard will start looking around, seeing, are there any other doors in this place? Any other curtains, especially with doors behind them?
Aside from the door that you have propped open, That is the only thing that seems out of place here. All the rest of the doors and curtains seem as though they are a part of this illusion or a part of this reality.
And Sabanos would just be glass-eyed, staring around at everything, and the worlds colliding of this memory of being young. It's like the equivalent of a teenage memory. And then this moment that he knows he missed. He understands what's happening. Instinctively in his gut, he understands what's happening. And as he sees Bastarad sort of like looking and scurrying and everyone scrambling, he starts to just spout out or mumble all of the computations and the physics of why they will never live, why they're all going to die. And he just starts spitting out the height at which we are, the velocity at which we fall, the distance you'd have to run. And if you did run that far, then how would you even escape? And then he starts sort of putting in all these different thoughts of how to die quickest. Because you don't want it to be something where you survive somehow and then die slowly of bleeding out or whatever. And so he starts thinking of morbid things like how to place your neck so that it snaps, how to do those kinds of things. And he's just like whispering these details and sort of like figuring out. But then at the same time, he's also got this this morbid penance that is working in him because he knows that in a way he deserves this. And he doesn't understand how or why, but he deserves this. And he should have been here when this happened. And so this is kind of an inevitability for him.
As this crowd rushes towards the front door of this establishment, flinging it open and spilling out onto the streets of Belorion, the lot of you are caught up in the rush, the sea of this group of people rushing that direction, except for you, Sabanos. You are pushed aside bodily. Somebody checks you against a wall, pushing you out of the herd, leaving you alone, narrowly avoiding trampling you in their complete dismissive approach to your existence. Within moments, the four of you are out on the front steps of this building, a very nice house, if you didn't know what was beyond its front door. Sabanos, just for this moment at least, you find yourself totally alone in this building.
And I would look around and it would be slowed time. And I would sort of hear my own breath. And the room would feel colorless, as though I wasn't in the moment. And just trying to have half of my brain compute, but it's running sluggishly as though weighed down, and the other half of my brain is firing. My amygdala is firing, and I'm being overtaken by chemicals. Sabanos is still mortal, and he's sort of feeling this chemical, and it's flooding. It's like an engine room that's absolutely flooded and unable to work at full capacity.
The rest of you, just outside of this building, this throng of people very quickly trying to dissipate and go who knows where. The streets are full of chaos. People running everywhere. Things are on fire everywhere you look. Buildings have collapsed. There are bodies, elven corpses strewn about everywhere you look. And the pitch of the ground beneath your feet continues to increase, beginning to make it somewhat difficult to stand in one place or traverse any distance very easily at all. You look around, the four of you, and notice Sabanos is not with you.
We can't get separated here. I'll look back towards the entrance where we just left. Does it look like we can still go back that way? I'll start moving towards that, not waiting for anyone else, just saying like we have to stay together.
You can see Sabanos kind of standing in the middle of this room, this tilted, askew place where you just were, just kind of almost taking everything in around him.
Bastrad will scream at him, Sabanos! Come on, we have to stay together.
Tim, if you would please make me a wisdom saving throw.
Sure. It's not going to be great. All right.
Okay. You hear nothing of what Bastrad just said. Whenever you look out the front door, you can hear the chaos and the mayhem happening in the streets outside of this place. But you do not see the four of your companions.
Upon looking in this room, is the door that we came through still open? And we still see kind of the foresty area that we came through? Okay. We need to leave here.
Yeah, as soon as he doesn't get a response from Sabanos after yelling at him, Bastrad's going to make his way across the slanted floor as carefully as he can, not to slide or slip. But then he's going to just try to pick Sabanos up and throw him over his shoulder. Like, Bastrad's a big guy, and he's good at carrying shit.
I need an athletics or an acrobatics roll from you, please. As this ground underneath your feet is becoming more and more difficult to traverse.
17.
Excellent. With your training, luckily, it's not overly difficult. You manage to pick out the more solid architectural features that you can rely on to put your weight against, and very quickly adapt your movement for the changing gravity of the distance between you and Sabanos. You roughly grab Sabanos about the middle and fling him over your shoulder. Sabanos, none of this registers with you. To you, you're just still standing in this room, taking in all of those sensory inputs. Vastrad, you make your way quickly over the remaining distance between Sabanos and this open door, and fling both yourself and Sabanos through, landing roughly on the ground just outside the door, back amongst this morbid forest. The other three of you, what are you doing?
Can I add one more thing?
Please
as soon
do.
as Bastard's through the door, noticing that the floor was getting worse and worse as he pushed his way forward, and he was at the lead, Bastard will reach to his pack and pull out his rope and start to just feed it through the door, just in case the floor gets too slanted for anyone to reach him.
And the rope does this really strange thing. Like, as it passes the threshold of this door, you can see the effect of gravity immediately changes the direction that this rope, like, hangs. And it just kind of takes, like, a slight turn in the direction downward to follow towards the floor of this now, like, increasing pitching room.
Yeah. Haroon would grab the end of this rope, kind of creating an anchor, tying it around himself as he motions, Kafarat, Darian, come. This is not where we die. Grab the rope. Pull yourselves out.
How far is it to the door?
We'll call it 40 feet.
Okay. I'm going to grab the rope, as Haroon says, and start climbing.
Okay. Please give me an athletics or an acrobatics check. You can have advantage.
15 on the die. That's 18 total on athletics.
Likewise, you make it up this rope, this kind of strangely bent rope without any kind of visible force enacting upon it. You climb up towards this doorway, and as you pass through the threshold, immediately fall to the ground on the other side.
I'm going to immediately pick myself up and grab hold of the rope so that if I have to, I can start pulling the others upward.
Darian will similarly leap for the rope and try to climb as well.
Okay, same check. Athletics or acrobatics with advantage.
Alrighty, I did roll, and with advantage, that was going to be a 24.
Expertly done. You managed to, again, kind of stick to avoiding pieces of furniture as they're starting to slide about the room, using some of maybe like the columns and doorways, the buttresses, in order to make your way up the rope and through this doorway, kind of falling at Kotvarad's feet just as you cross that threshold. Haroon, that just leaves you.
Yeah, I begin to just pull myself towards the door. One sure steady foot at a time.
Yeah, this room begins to turn enough that the wall would be more of a floor than the floor itself, as the floor has now become almost completely vertical. But you pick your way towards this door. Please go ahead and roll either in athletics or in acrobatics, likewise with advantage.
That's a 19 on the die. With an athletics of +6, so 25.
You manage expertly to make your way up a very similar path to what Darian just used, modified slightly because of the continuing room twist. And just as you pass through the threshold of this doorway, we see like a large piano like slide past the open doorway and slam into the wall, shattering into 100 pieces with an enormous amount of disharmony. Sabanos, you come to, laid out on the floor of this twisted forest, and you can look sideways and see through this doorway, and the room almost looks correct because you're looking at it with your head turned sideways to the door, and it's almost at the right angle. But then the doorway kind of pulls away from the interior of this room, backwards through the buildings and chaos of the city of Belorion. You see this massive destruction everywhere of the city, of its people. And eventually, you can see the entire piece of land that the city of Belorion rests upon as it falls from the sky and careens into the land beneath, shattering like a child's toy dropped upon the ground. It scatters pieces of ornate elven architecture, and you can only guess what must have happened to those that were not consumed in the chaos before it hit. With that, the door slams itself closed.
May the gods have mercy on those souls.
We've seen the
Pastor Admiral.
aftermath of that. I don't think they did.
Bastrad will go to Sabanos and kind of shake him. Sabanos, are you here with us? Are you back?
And you would see his eyes just sort of like looking without blinking into a distance that isn't there. Tears streaming down his cheeks. Just catatonic.
Bastrad, as heartless as this seems, he knows that this is no time for this, and he's just going to smack Sabanos across the face. See if he can wake him up.
And the smack sort of, it would be like you were smacking not an unconscious person, but a dead person. It just sort of like, and it's not a posturing thing. It's not a anything other than just sort of like, it doesn't register. There's this sort of feeling of overwhelming just washing over him. It's like what is happening now. Bastarad's, bone-kin hand just smacking his face is just this swirl of everything else that's going on. It's just another thing. But he would get up and he would sort of just, stand there. And just stand.
Savanos, come on. Say something. Say anything. Tell me I'm a fool. Tell me I'm a clumsy oaf. Anything. Come on.
And
We need you here.
Without looking at Basterad, he would say, I should have been there.
Die with them. How about be here now and avenge them?
And he grabs Bastrad and he goes, not die with them. Stop it. I could have stopped it. And then he lets go. And then he rifles around for Aether.
Basterad.
All the brains, all the power in the world couldn't have stopped it.
Basterad. Haroon. The two of you, when the frustration and the anger welled up inside of Sabanos, both of you felt some of that within yourselves.
Bastrad doesn't resist that anger, but he uses it, and he's gonna try to grab at Sabanos's pack as well. Like he's gonna try to rip it out of his hands.
And he would just let go. He would let it happen.
And Bastrad's going to reach in and pull out any. Is there ether in the pack? You've got some ether on you.
I would guess at some point I scored some, like even if it's low quality or
There was some on y'all's ship that you were traveling in.
Yeah. Well, so I know I've got some, but I'm not. I know Savanos doesn't know about that. So I'm gonna rip out whatever's in his pack, and I'm gonna smash. And Bastrad just throws it on the ground and smashes it, just like succumbing to the anger of this moment. And he just screams, "No, you will not give in to that weakness."
I think when the Aether is bashed on the ground, Darian will like leap backwards and like cover his nose, afraid that like even the slightest fumes of the ether might make it into him, and he's like not willing to risk even that tiniest hint of a relapse potential. We're wasting time. He'll say, just trying to distract himself more, even less than trying to distract the other people and like stop the fighting. He doesn't want to be here where this Aether is.
And when Basterad said that, like, no, you will not give in to this weakness, Sabanos, the scene changes in his head. And for a moment, he is back home. And he's there. His family is there. He is back home before the crash. And you could see a vial of Aether in his father's hand. And he says those exact same words. And he smashes them on the ground. He says, you will not give in to this weakness. And Sabanos doesn't answer. And, you know, his mother is upset. His sister is crying. And he says, I don't need you. I don't need any of you. And those are the last words that he said to his family before he left. And then he's back in the scene with Bastarad, who says, you don't give in to this weakness. And he just says, I do need you. I need all of you. And then he snaps to. He says, well, what are we waiting for then? Feel like we've wasted enough time here. We're just sitting, waiting for another pack of those, whatever they were, to come and make short work of us.
The moment that these ether vials shattered upon the ground, the trees in this area make that kind of groaning, creaking, popping noise that trees make when a wind blows. As you can see these trees that were once imp creatures themselves somewhat twisting and bending towards where this ether shattered. And from somewhere else in the distance, not terribly far, you hear and noises of something moving towards you rapidly.
So what's our chance of going over this door? Any chance of going?
Certainly possible. And it is also just a wooden door.
Is it locked?
Probably be destroyed.
Can it be opened again?
You can try.
I'm tempted
try?
to see if it changes scenes or if it's still whatever was behind it beforehand.
As Haroon reaches for the door, I'm going to hold both hands up and I'm going to double Eldritch Blast the door in an attempt to destroy it.
Okay. What does your Eldritch Blast look like currently?
Ooh, that's a good question. Since we were talking on the break, and Kotvarad's never cast Eldritch Blast. I think given the last scene where she sort of forsook her darker side, I imagine it's just pure, brilliant white light that blasts out from both hands simultaneously. And even I just imagine it just sort of pushing her back a few inches. You see her feet sort of in the gravel as just this blast shoots out and slams into the door.
As this radiant white fire crashes into the door, it's almost like this door starts to become slag, almost. Even though it was very clearly a wooden door before, around where this beam of your Eldritch Blast is cutting through it, it's bubbling and turning into molten material as it begins to drip. And it slices straight through this door. And as you kind of release your hands, the beam kind of comes downwards somewhat and cuts a swath through the door that the tallest of you will probably have to duck to get through. But you can see on the other side, the path that you have been on through this forest continues.
I just imagine everybody's just staring at each other in the aftermath of this sudden blast of radiant energy. I'm sorry. I thought maybe that would help.
It seems now we have no choice but to press forward.
So to continue on the path, am I understanding we have to still go through what's left of this doorway?
Yes. You could try to open it and just go through the open doorway itself if it'll still open, or you can cut through the opening that you just made.
That seems the better choice to me. And unless somebody else takes the lead, I guess I will attempt, though with less confidence, to take the lead again. Since I'm the only one that won't have to duck through this opening either.
You made it top rod size.
Right.
Okay. Is everyone following Kotvarad? Yeah?
Yeah, move forward.
Okay. The crashing noise approaching continues from behind you as you then push onward through this doorway. You find that the path again starts to slope downwards, a little steeper than the slope that you descended before. And ahead of you, the trees begin to thin out. Some of them reduced to nothing more than burnt or broken stumps. Essentially, just the imp's feet and lower legs remain. And ahead of you, you can see that there is a sea of molten lava that spreads out before you. But the thing that's most disconcerting about it is that you see an unknown grouping of Colossiah heads floating face up in this river of lava, this sea of magma. One that is close to the shoreline, closest to where you now are, you do recognize. This is the skull of Belorion. There's a set of horns that, as you look closer at it, you realize that it's not horns. It is actually comprised of the remaining dwarves of the Throes of Sunset, bound together, melted together. This sacrilegious, this blasphemous altar has been established on the forehead of this Colossiah. And you can tell that this one has not been there nearly as long as the others. But before you, this profane altar awaits, and standing atop this altar, or atop of this face, just before this altar, there is a robed individual.
How far away is this?
I would say currently probably about 150 feet or so.
Catherad, do we go out on the attack, or do we try to speak to whatever this thing is. It's clearly not allied with the throes of sunset, but I can't imagine that it would be amenable to our cause.
Even when I was coming down here regularly, no dwarf that I know of has mastered the art of walking on lava. I don't know that we have an option to confront it directly while it is out there.
So just to clarify, it's about 150 feet from where you are currently. Off of the shore, it's 20 or 30 feet. It's not very far away from the shoreline.
Well, that's something completely different.
Are there any vessels or anything that would take us to the skull?
You know, it's funny you should ask. There is, actually. Looking at it, it looks as if it might have once been a dwarf that has been twisted and contorted, a lot like the rock formations that you saw before. Charred, blackened, emaciated, and twisted into agony, but this dwarf appears to have been made into some form of small boat.
It seems this is where our destiny leads us.
We
What
didn't
did
come
this-
this far to cower or hesitate.
No. What did this figure look like?
Robed, so it's kind of hard to tell exactly, but by the stature, you're guessing it's dwarven.
And the throws were pretty much all dwarves as well.
Yes, except for the opera performer. She was human.
So, given the description of these what appear to be horns, but they're sort of melded together bodies of dwarves, are there any corpses? Such an odd question. Are there any corpses that are lying loose on this skull?
Most of them seem to be caught up in these horn formations, but it looks like there might be at least bits and pieces scattered about.
I want to do something as we're all sort of agreeing to go there. And I'm going to describe this. This is a spell I have. I'm going to attempt this through description, and you can totally feel free to deny it because it's pushing the limits of the spell. As we're looking at this, I'm looking in disgust at this boat that's this corrupted dwarf's body, as the others are looking at possibly mounting this boat to cross this distance to the skull. I am going to... The dark light is going to once again cross my eyes, but this time it fills them. As Katvarad's hair begins to almost move of its own accord in an unseen wind, and I begin chanting, "Ora moleste et elementum facilis sed odio morbi." This liquid smoke begins to just spill off of my body, and tendrils of it begin to wend its way across the molten lava to this skull and weave its way in through these remnants, these body parts of fallen dwarves. I'm attempting to cast a spell called Danse Macabre. Now, the way this spell works is threads of dark power leap from you to pierce up to 5 small or medium corpses that you can see within range. Each corpse immediately stands up and becomes undead. You decide whether it is a zombie or a skeleton. And it gains a bonus to its attacks and damage rolls equal to your spellcasting modifier. Basically, I create up to 5 medium corpses. This is where the flavoring comes in. If you'll allow it to sort of almost reassemble these body parts so that this liquid smoke is sort of filling in the gaps where their bodies are missing. And as this happens, so I'm using 1 spell slot to do that. And I'm going to use my second spell slot to Misty Step into the midst as these 5 corpses gather around me. And I stand there waiting for the others to join. And my eyes are just completely filled in black.
Okay, so to clarify, you Misty stepped out onto the skull.
Correct. Amidst the
These.
newly formed skeletal or zombie allies.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so we're going to stick with the same initiative order that we had before, just whenever this does go down. What is your question, Austin?
What is the light level like here?
With the magma around you, it's very well lit. Like, it's not daylight, but you have no problem seeing anything in this area.
Okay, no.
So, all of you see Kotvarad cast these 2 spells in rapid succession. And I would say you have just enough time to kind of piece together what might have happened with the first spell. When the second one goes off and Kotvarad disappears and reappears on the skull out just off of the shore onto this magma lake. So in the immediacy of that, following the casting of these spells, what are the other 4 of you doing?
I think once Darian sees Kotvarad like appear on the skull, knowing that this is going to draw the attention of the robed figure, Darian will immediately begin like sprinting towards the boat, hoping to get on it so he can join Kotvarad before she has to fight this person on her own for a while. As he's running, he'll like pull out his bow just in case he has the time to fire a shot, but his focus will be on trying to get over there.
Okay, I guess a couple more questions about the terrain. Are there any like outcroppings where there might be shadows, and are there any shadowy areas on the skull?
I would definitely say so. This magma is a very strong source of light, so I would imagine that it casts pretty deep shadows, on the parts of the skull that are furthest away from the edge. Particularly in these kind of horns. So yes, I would say so.
Okay, how we were all about 150 feet away when this
Yes.
started, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Bastrad's going to just start running towards the skull, but hopefully looking like towards a sort of shadowy area on this side of the shore, or of this side of the magma that is within, let's say 60 feet of the skull.
Okay. Anyone else? Or is it just a mad dash to the boat?
I feel like Sabanos would try to take cues from Darian after that comment about, all the brains and all the power in the world couldn't have stopped it. Sabanos pretended to ignore that, but it got into his brain. And Sabanos remembers that Darian is the one who kind of keeps perspective, as scary as that might be. And so kind of is like, okay, I don't have really I'm putting on a front that I'm all together and I'm mostly there, but I'm not all together. So I think I'm leaning on cues more than any other time. And Darian is the most familiar place for me. So I'm kind of just cueing on what he's doing.
Haroon would kind of just say "fool girl" at Kavarod's just head rushing into this conflict and leaving us behind, and would follow in suit towards the boat.
Okay, the four of you scramble towards this twisted dwarven boat at the shore of this magma lake. Meanwhile, Tatvarad, you have appeared on this island, if you will. This hooded, cloaked individual standing before this altar hears the noise of your assembled undead as well as your teleportation magic, and before turning around speaks to you in a voice that you find familiar. So, you have finally come to finish what you started. The figure turns around and you see the familiar face of your father, Sergei.
You son of a bitch.
You already killed your mother. Now you have come to kill your father.
Shoot. Let me see something. Okay. I rolled an 18 that time. I think with her eyes just roiling with the storm within, this has to end. If this is the way it must go down, if this is the way it must be, then I will end it. Sergei. And I don't call him father deliberately. I do glance over my shoulder at the others just to see where they are.
You see them scrambling quickly down the shore towards the boat. So to believe that you are even a spawn of mine. Tell me, child, did you ever love your mother?
That cuts like a knife into Kadvarad.
Did you kill her simply out of spite against me?
I loved my mother more than you in your aethel-addled mind would ever have understood.
Tell me, why did you take her from me?
It wasn't me. But it was. And the storm clouds sort of, for a moment, they clear from her eyes. No. No, this is not real.
Even now you run from the truth. Well, you spew lies yourself. You were always such a disappointment.
By the time I left, I was long past caring what you thought. I think with that last statement, Jeremy, I would attack.
Excellent. As it becomes clear that the situation is no longer a dialogue, the moment you begin to move forward or strike out with your magic, you watch Sergei Kybrik transform before your very eyes into Sergei the Damned. His eyes turn blood red and begin to run at the corners with blood-like tears. His hair and tattoos appear, and his grimace becomes incredibly pronounced. You can see as the hood has flown back, he wears a necklace made of dwarven fingers. And around you, from amongst the horns, you see dozens of dwarven hands crawl into view of their own accord. All right. We are moving into initiative. Darian, you have reached the boat. It is your turn to act first.
Darian will throw a quick look over his shoulder to see where the others are, how far they are behind him, if they're like in the boat too, or if they're still running towards it.
Right on your heels, except for Bostrad, but he seems to have some other form of plan.
So once everyone is in the boat, Darian will try to get the boat moving towards the skull. I don't know if how mechanically you're gonna count that.
So essentially, you'll get the boat underway, and everybody else will be able to basically reach it on their move.
All right, so that'll be my action then. Are you counting it as?
Yeah, I would say so. You basically have to kind of like push this off of the sand, gravel type stuff, basically out into the magma to get it untethered.
Okay, perfect. Then yeah, he'll run up and begin doing that, so he can get everyone moving as quickly as we can over to make it to Katbarad, who seems to be in a bit of danger at the moment, off there by herself.
Excellent. So you kind of run forward and push against what would probably be the bow of this small boat, kind of shoving it into the magma. And as it kind of makes contact with the magma, kind of settling in, it seems like it will float. It seems like it's sea-worthy, quote unquote. But as it does so, from the mouth of this dwarf, there's this kind of moan that escapes. Haroon, it is your turn.
Just making my way to the boat. Fall on dash.
Okay, you will absolutely reach the boat, and you're able to basically hop inside without very little effort whatsoever. Okay. Katvarad, your turn.
Full force, double Eldritch Blast. And with a bonus action, I'm mentally commanding all 5 zombie dwarfs to attack as well. They only have 1 attack each, and it's a bonus action to control them.
Mm-hmm.
So I will fire my 2 Eldritch Blasts. That is a 26 and a 17 to hit.
Both will hit.
So that's 1d10 each plus 6 each. That's 15 and 8. So 23 points of force damage from the Eldritch Blast. And then all 5 zombies are going to attempt to slam into him. I'm just going to roll 5d20. 13. Are you kidding me? I rolled 4 10s. So 4 13s and a 21.
The 21 is the only one that will manage to bypass his armor.
I imagine it's the most solidly put together, the one that was the most intact corpse. Rushes in and does 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
And do they deal non-magic damage?
Correct.
Okay. You can see that the damage it deals to what used to be your father is not quite as much as you might have imagined. He has resistance to non-magical damage of that type. Okay.
I imagine for the others that are watching, as this blast of radiant-looking eldritch energy shoots out and then these zombies move forward, my hands are still held up in the air, and the others would see as the zombies are attacking, as I'm almost moving them like a puppeteer, controlling these things, trying to swarm him with these zombies. And that is my turn.
All right. So you notice, just as your minions, if you want to call them that, are now trying to swarm their way towards Sergei the Damned, he too is calling forth his minions. These disembodied dwarven hands that crawl up from seemingly out of nowhere. They are going to move towards you, Katvarad, some of them. Another number of them move to Sergei himself, one perching itself atop his head, rest of them moving about his person and trying to keep these zombies at bay, striking with fists, pulling at their body parts with their hands. He is surrounded by an area of effect that is akin to spirit guardians. The hands that turn and come after you, Cutthroat, there is going to be 2 of them that approach you first. They're going to attack. And what is your armor class?
15.
15. The first one misses. The second, however, hits. You're going to take 2 points of slashing damage as the nails of this thing's fingers dig into your neck and grasp a hold of you. You are considered grappled.
Okay. I rolled a nat 20 on my concentration check
Okay, excellent.
to keep
managed to
to keep
maintain
Danse
your spell?
Macabre active.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So that is the hands. Okay, Sergei's turn. He drops the robe that he was wearing, pulling a weapon that you recognize, that he carried all the time on delves. His war pick, brandishing it in his weapon stance. And he is going to he is going to look towards these zombies, and like the scorched cultists before him, he opens his mouth wide and spews magma and blood directly onto these summoned zombies. Parts of his entrails being included. They need to make dexterity saving throws.
17, 1, 2, 14, and 16.
The 16 and the 17 will pass, and they'll take half. Okay, let's see, that is... Full is 27 points of fire damage.
3 of the zombies, just as soon as that hits, they were no match. There was no question. As that magma hits, it just... And you see Cotverod just sort of reel as these eldritch puppet strings are severed.
Having done that, he then extends a hand of his own in your direction, and he says, "Bring her to me." The hand that is grasping a hold of you... I'm sorry. Several other hands are going to leap out at you and attempt to attack you. A 17, I think, will hit.
Yep.
Okay, so they are more grasping as opposed to simply attacking. So you're only going to take 3 points of damage. However, they grab a hold of you and pull you 10 feet closer to Sergei the Damned. It's just a reskinned Thorn Whip spell.
Awesome. I love it.
Okay.
I just see one of these claws grabbing at her throat and the front of her armor, and two more grabbing at her arms, and you all just see her being dragged forward towards the visage of her father.
And he just turns one of these blood, bile-drenched lips kind of into a smirk at the corner of this mouth, seeing you squirm on the end of his hook. Basterad, it is your turn.
Having been sprinting towards this the edge of this magma ocean, Bastrad finds what he was looking for, a rocky outcropping with a bit of dim light leading into deep shadow, and he leaps headlong into the shadow. And as he does, he disappears, and he springs out of a shadow on the edge of the skull. And springing out of this shadow, trailing him is a trail of wispy smoke and shadow, and he tumbles into a roll, pulls the Hellfire pistol from his chest in the leather scabbard where he keeps it, and fires a shot directly at Sergey.
All right.
So that's a +2 against fiends, right?
I believe that is the
And I get my proficiency bonus on that because I am not technically a pistol user. I don't know how that.
case. So yeah, you're not proficient with firearms,
so then that would be
you would not.
okay. Let's see. So that's a 9 to 11. Makes it a 14. I'm gonna go ahead and spend one of my inspiration points on this because I'd like to hit him.
There you go.
And that makes it a 24.
That will hit him.
Awesome.
Bypass his chain shirt.
What is the damage on that? I actually never got that one written down. The Hellfire pistol.
Did I give that to you?
Yeah.
Oh
was
crap!
last
I
session.
took it out of my.
I think I have.
Oh, I have it. I
sheet.
have it.
Okay, good.
I did still keep it. I think for that reason I kept it in. The damage is 1d10 plus 2.
Sweet.
Plus an additional 2 versus. Hold on, let me read these notes. An additional plus 2 versus fiends. Damage is radiant.
Is 2 your dex mod?
Hold on. Ignore the 1d10 plus 2. It's 2d6 plus dex mod.
Okay.
There you go.
Sorry, I forgot because Jeremy had different rules, and I had used something that was there as a base.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's 2d6 plus your dex mod for damage.
But it's a plus 2 for fiends.
Plus 2 versus fiends, and the damage type is radiant.
Okay, perfect. So that is, oh hell yeah, that's a 6 on the first die and a 5 on the second for 11, making it 16 points of radiant damage for this fool.
Okay. So you watch as this shot rips out of the end of this Hellhound firearm and puts a sizable hole in the side of Sergey the Damned, larger than you might have expected, as you can see the radiant damage of this bullet eating away at the sides of the wound, and the imps that you can see crawling around inside Sergey's body are scrambling to get away from where this damage has just occurred.
How does reloading this work, and how many shots does it have? That was something I didn't actually get before too.
I would imagine it takes at least an action to reload it.
That's what I was figuring.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, it takes an action by gunslinger rules, it takes an action or one of your attacks to reload.
Okay, could I use my second attack to reload?
Yes, I'll say so.
Doesn't say what the capacity is on this particular one.
I would imagine that they're single
I'm
shot.
assuming
They're,
one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
this
kind
seems
of a
powerful.
more rudimentary.
Yeah,
gun.
more like
They're
a
not
flintlock.
Really... Yes, exactly. More like a muzzle.
Yeah,
loader.
okay.
Yeah, so if possible, I'd like to try to reload, and I'll just hold position on the skull.
Okay. All right. So that is Bastarad. Sabanos, you're up.
All right. So I think that as these things were transpiring, what I was trying to do was sort of become unnoticed using trajectory, using like, physics. Maybe even Sabanos is starting to understand the warped physics of this place. And just sort of like using it in this sneak attack. And so what I'm attempting to do, because I actually have 2-weapon fighting and I don't really use it that much, but I still have my magical dagger. And so what I think I'm going to do is get close enough now. With sneak attack, I can only deal this extra damage once per turn. So I'm going to attempt to approach what's so funny to me about this too, by the way, is that at this point, what Sabanos has done is just made this person the object of the fall of his home. No facts, no information. And that is not like Sabanos at all. There is no data, there's no proof, and he's ignoring the fact that there's no possible way that it was just one person. But now this person is the object of his ire and his guilt and his feeling of regret that he might never admit consciously. And so, in this epic scene that's happening between the undead and just all of these different things that are happening, these shadow hands grabbing and pulling, Sabanos has sort of like melted away and trying to get like behind this creature. I want to sneak attack through, and really, this is going to sound like it's going to sound gross and maybe even childish, but I think Sabanos is thinking in terms of what would be the most painful and embarrassing. And so he's going to try to impale Katvarad's father, which essentially is trying to make purchase with his rapier and, try to just impale him from behind with a rapier, with a sneak attack and a dagger to the back of the neck. Dirty 20. Yeah. Jake said it best in the chat. I'm trying to put a rapier in a grown dwarf's butt for science.
The true dirty 20.
That's a true dirty 20. Well, no, I was thinking about it. I was like, no, I'll do something else. But I was like, no, I feel like Sabanos wouldn't think of it as like childish. He would just be like, there's already an opening there. If I can stick this in there, it will do the most damage to something that might still have some humanity left. It's going to be organs, spine. If you direct things properly, all the guts, it's just everything. And so, anyway, dirty 20 with that. If that hits, the damage is 27 all up. With the knife, the dagger, it's a 17. And if that hits, the damage all up is 7.
Okay. It will hit. 27 was from the first. That is magical, yes? Because it's from your
Yes,
rapier?
both are magical. The
Okay.
rapier is actually against fiends, if that is how he is classed.
He
or
is,
it.
yes.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, and then 7 more on top of that. Okay. The boat bumps against the edge of the skull, and Sabanos leaps out of it, skirting around kind of the curve of this skull and appearing more or less right behind Sergei near this altar and striking downwards, stabbing Sergei with both his blades. Okay, that brings us back around to the top with Darian. You are now landed on this skull.
So, like, the moment that the boat makes it to the skull, and maybe even a moment before, like, leaping from the edge of the boat to the skull before it even, like, actually makes it to the land, will leap up onto the skull, clambering up it as fast as he can to come up next to Sabanos, attempting to bring down what to him is just the opponent, perhaps not knowing even the full context of everything that's going on, but will attempt to attack with his short sword. And I got a 19.
That will hit.
Perfect. And I am going to use my other charge. The short sword will glimmer again with radiance, bursting into light as he attempts to attack this robed dwarf. And everything all up is going to be 32 magical slashing and 12 radiant.
Once again, a massive gash from the radiance of this blade cuts into Sergei, and you see several of these imp creatures spill forth from him and onto the front face of Belorion beneath your feet.
I will use my cunning action and my inability to be opportunity attacked after striking him to jump back to the outskirts of the skull to gain a better advantage.
Absolutely. Oh, also, Sabanos and Darian, whenever you approached him to make your strikes, these hands lash out at you. As again, he's surrounded by a spirit guardian's type aura, and I don't think that there's a save for spirit guardians.
There is.
There is? Okay.
Constitution.
Constitution save. If both of you would please go ahead and roll that.
Will do. 9?
Oh, it's wisdom, actually.
Oh, wait.
Ooh.
Okay, that's not as bad. So that goes from a 9 to a 12 for me.
Okay.
I am going to get a solid 6.
Okay, both of you are going to fail as you move in. These hands grab and pull at you, and you're both going to take 14 points of necrotic damage.
I'm going to use my reaction as a rogue to have that.
Okay.
Same.
All right. Okay. Wait, how much of that was radiant, Jeff?
12.
12 points of it? Okay, so he takes another 12 because he's vulnerable as well. Okay. How does it look when you finish Sergei the Damned? There's going to be something that happens after you describe this. But please, what does it look like as you render him no longer a combatant?
So Darian will like rush up as he's engaged with Sabanos still. And I think a bit of his conniving past will bleed back into his present self as he'll just approach from behind this person, Sergei, perhaps not even knowing that he's made it there yet, and will just like jam his short sword straight through the back of Sergei in a bit of a dirty attack. And just like grab him like around the neck and like twist the blade even a bit, probably even making eye contact with Katya in the moment, not potentially realizing the full weight of exactly what's just happened, before he'll like pull the sword out and stumble back a few steps as like the hands have now beaten him back a bit, before just kind of like staring at what seems to be perhaps a victory.
So, Sergei, from the weight of the two rogues, multitude of rapid fire attacks from behind, he falls to his knees. All of the hands go limp, fall to the ground, and curl almost like spiders and stop moving. Sergei looks at you, Katvrad, with these blood-colored eyes, and before your vision, once more, Sergei transforms. You finally had what you have always wanted. Do what you must, child, and be damned for it.
Did you say what he transformed into? Did I miss that?
I'm sorry. His former self. His
Oh.
non...
He transformed back into his
Yes.
former self.
Mm-hmm.
Is his war pick lying next to him?
It is.
Just sort of brushing off the now inactive claws that had hold of me. I walk forward and I do spare a glance at Sabanos and a little bit longer at Darian. And I reach down as the two remaining zombie dwarves step to my sides and stand like guardians on either side of me. I pick up Sergei's war pick. Whether or not you are my father, whatever was my father was destroyed long ago by ether and sadness. This is only mercy. At worst. And I heave the war pick and drive it down into his forehead.
It pierces the skull of your father, easier than any brimstone that it has ever mined here in hell. His eyes roll up into the back of his head, and his mouth goes slack. And you can see the roiling heat inside of his mouth, this orange glow that grows. And then he explodes. I need all of you who are currently on this skull to please make dexterity saving throws.
$17.
Also 17.
Okay. 2 17s, a 22, a 26. What am I missing? Did you give me one, Jake?
Yeah, 17.
We were both 17.
Oh, okay. Wait, who am I missing? Oh, Haroon, you're still on the boat. Okay, good. Okay. So, luckily, all of you passed. The two of you that got 17s, only just. The total is 48 points of fire damage. So, luckily, those of you who saved will take only half. If you are wearing fiend leather armor, then you will take half again.
Does is that explosion too big for evasion to count, or is evasion still in play?
No, I think evasion's probably still in play. Yeah, I mean it's not relegated to only being a certain size, so go for it.
Well, it just says that like the way that it says here, like certain area effects, such as a blue dragon's lightning breath or a fireball spell. So like it doesn't. I guess it does say an effect that allows you to make a dex saving throw.
Yeah,
To take
absolutely.
only half damage. Okay, so I guess it is.
Dodge the exploding dad by jumping in the magma.
What could go wrong?
Actually, I was gonna say Bastrad dives headfirst back into the shadow and just like pops out of the shadow on the shore,
Perhaps out of there.
like watching these remnants like fly off into the magma.
Oh, I didn't make saves for my
I
zombie.
think Darian will also like see this like imminent explosion again, and just begin like dashing back towards the boat, like sliding down the edge of the skull back into the boat to like take cover so that the explosion like goes out over the top of the skull, like rather than down into where the boat is.
Yeah, and I think because Darian Sabanos dispatched Sergei. And so I think as Darian runs, Sabanos is still standing there kind of, and then looks over at Darian running, and then kind of looks over at this corpse that clearly is like whistling and getting ready to explode. And about 2 seconds behind, like turns and tries to run fast.
Katharad does nothing more than throws her arm up to shield from the explosion. As on either side of her, the two remaining zombies that were summoned just are immolated and disintegrated. In the aftermath of this, is there any sign of the war pick?
Yes. Yeah, it's survived worse.
Again, this is kind of playing loose with the rules, I think. I don't want to waste much time looking it up. I can't remember how it works, but what I would like to do is, as the aftermath of this explosion dies down, and maybe there's bits of her hair and clothing that are singed, just look down at where this war pick is, and just a subtle gesture with my hand, and the war pick would appear to dissolve as if being eaten by acid and turn into this sort of black smoke with these bits of light within, and would just and absorb in as I want to attempt to absorb it in as a packed weapon. If not, I'll just pick it up.
No, that's perfect. I think that's fantastic. Katharad pulls this war pick kind of into herself. There's not anything of Sergei that remains. Most of the dwarves that formed this unholy altar nearby are likewise blown apart and scattered into the magma that kind of surrounds this floating skull. And as all of you take a moment to recuperate from what has just happened, that's where we're going to go ahead and end our session this evening. So, we have our last and final session in 2 weeks. It will be the finale of this campaign. I cannot wait, and at the same time, I'm very apprehensive. But it'll be fantastic, I know. This was great. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in this evening. Thank you so much to these players, as always, bringing the best weight, the best gravity to their characters in these moments that they find themselves in. It is such a pleasure to torture the ever-living shit out of you. Thank you for making that enjoyable. So I'm going to pass things over to my players that can say anything that they'd like as a parting comment, and then we'll call it an evening. So we'll go in reverse order, and we'll start with Jeff.
Yes, I'm Jeff. 1/3 of Tabletop Terrors. If you want to check us out there. And yeah, as always, phenomenal session. It's such a bittersweet feeling getting to the end of this campaign, having just one more. It's been definitely easily one of the best I've ever had the joy to play in. The characterization of the players and their characters, the GMing, just like all of it has been fantastic from start to finish. So I am very excited and very sad that we'll be ending it so soon.
Very much the same, Jeff. Yeah, very much the same. Moving right along, Alan.
Yep. Alan with CFT RPG. You can find me on YouTube and Twitch at /CFT RPG. And as Jeff was saying, this campaign, or pretty much every campaign, Jeremy, that you've run has been excellent. Hands down, would always recommend and do again. I've enjoyed playing with all of you guys. I know it's bittersweet that the campaign's coming to an end, but if I know Jeremy, there are always more projects in the works, more games to play. So I look forward to seeing those. And I look forward to our session in two weeks to actually see the conclusion of this story and how it ends for these characters that we've played for quite some time.
I appreciate the words of kindness, Alan. Thank you very much. There's definitely other stuff in the works. Session next week. It's going to be the first game run in Sunderhearth, which is a brand new setting that Steve Fillmore and I put together over the course of 2020. And I'm very excited to run that. There also is an upcoming mini campaign on a certain somebody's Twitch channel that's supposed to start mid-February. I'm very much looking forward to that. That one's going to be in a setting that I have called Arath. So another fantastic group of players. Very much looking forward to that game as well.
I don't know. It really seems like you got the B team for that one.
In some cases, maybe. Austin. So as for this game, yes, like I said, two weeks from now will be our finale. And as long as everybody is wanting to and is willing and available, I would like to have a wrap party, if you will. Just a couple of hours where we just get together and just chit chat about the game, similar to what I saw Alan do for his Curse of Strahd campaign that wrapped up recently. It's something I've kind of been giving a lot of thought to, and I think it would be nice to kind of tie up loose ends and just hang and shoot the shit for a while. So yeah, we'll cross that bridge whenever we get to it. So next up we have Tim.
Hey, I'm Tim, and I am really glad to be a part of this campaign. I am like these other guys. We've all said it before, and it can easily become repetitive, but just Jeremy, I don't even know exactly how you find the way that the art matches. Like it looks like you hired an artist to make art for the campaign, the way that they all sync up. It's just crazy. And that is what tips it over the edge. That's just that thing that gives the game a 10 rating instead of a 9.9, or a 9.5. But I just love the fact that everyone is able to take these beats that you put together for us so well and then make it their own. It never feels like it's railroaded or contrived. You kind of offer this playground of a character moment. You say, hey, there's a door from the place that you used to live that plummeted to the ground. What is the door to? Is the perfect middle ground of giving me the exact cue of like where you want it to go and then letting me just totally fill in the blanks. And it's just, I'm stealing that so hard. And every time I play in your game, I'm like, oh, I'm going to steal that. And oh, I'm going to steal that. What I need to do is go back and rewatch this whole campaign and then just write all the stuff I want to steal from you. Anyway, one of my favorite campaigns I've ever played in. It's really awesome. And I'm glad to wrap it next time. And thank you guys.
Thank you, Tim. I sincerely appreciate that, man. And absolutely. You guys do such fantastic work, and you're so open to, again, me twisting and prodding and poking your characters in their weak points. That it's fantastic to come up with this stuff and get excited about what you're going to do with it, how it's going to be engaged with. That really, really makes all of the effort and the work that goes into a campaign like this completely worth it. It's what excites me as a GM. Sharing my ideas with you guys is always something that makes me very happy and excited, but more so is what you all do with it. And I've never been disappointed. So thank you guys. Next we have Austin. Speaking of never being disappointed.
So a couple things I want to say that, one of the first things that I read when I started getting into RPGs was draw maps, leave blanks. And Jeremy, you are the master of that in every sense of designing your games. It is always such a joy to discover the things that you've planted for us, and then the things that you've planted for us to harvest and for us to plant ourselves. There's always so much fun in that, because it really feels like we have a lot of ownership over the world because of that. So it's been just a blast, and I love playing with all of you guys, and I really hope that I get a chance to play with all of you in the future. Jeremy, I'm so freaking excited for that that game in February. I've been thinking about it like crazy. Like I've got like a million ideas for different characters. We'll see what I end up going with, but yeah, I don't know. I don't have a whole lot else to say. I'm hoping to eventually run something soon. I'll post it on AbTab, and hopefully I'll get you, some of you gentlemen, to hop in, because I don't run a whole lot online, but I love playing with all of you.
Here's to many, many more, Austin. It's absolute pleasure. Okay, speaking of absolute pleasure, last but certainly not least, Jacob.
So first off, I never saw that coming, that would be Sergey. That was a complete and total sideswipe. Never anticipated that. And I love that about these games with you, that you keep us guessing. I imagine I'm not alone in this, where we're constantly thinking about our characters and what we're going to do next, and as other people are narrating their stuff. And when they turned around and turned out to be Sergey, everything I had planned just fell to the ground. It was like, what? This is not what I was planning for. And I see that all the time in these games, and I love being surprised like that. Katvarad, nay Katya, is one of the, if not the most complex character I have ever played in any role-playing game. I have never put so much thought into a character as I do Katvarad, and so much of that is because of these amazing role players, and some of the intense scenes that we've had together, where we've had literally hours of time role playing, just inhabiting these characters and forming who they are. That you sort of it's just a real intensity that I've not felt in any other game of D&D or any other RPG that I've played. This is on the level of stage acting, which I've done in the past, where you spend a lot of time with the character and you have to, learn your lines and learn who your character is so you can present them to an audience. And that's what this has felt like. Just inhabiting a character like never before. Which is in no small part due to the incredible setting of tone and setting of scene and storytelling that you do, Jeremy. Which is why I'm super excited that, even though I know this story is gonna end next week, this is just one of many stories that you have. This is like, we've spent the last 2 years just pulling a single novel off of this vast library that is in your mind. And extra special to kind of, I don't know if we've said this anywhere else, but to be able to say that this next adventure, or one of the next adventures that's coming in February, will be premiering and will be hosted on Mini Terrain Domain, as a special mini series that you'll be running. And I'm excited to, though I won't be a part of that other than hosting it, to be able to see what that story is and what new tales you weave with that. I mean, the only thing I want to say other than that little bit of promotion is, if you have not yet done so and you ever have the opportunity to do so, it should be on your bucket list to play in at least one session, if not a campaign, run by Jeremy. That's it. That's the tweet.
Thank you, Jake. I appreciate that a ton, man. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I love you guys, all of you. Those of you who are playing, those of you who are in the audience, truly, this is a huge part of my life. I love role-playing. I love playing these games. I love running games. I love world building. I love being able to present these things for people to watch. I love telling stories, and it's amazing that I've had the chance to do so with such fine players. Not just fine role players, but fine players. There is a difference, and you guys absolutely are both. And I count myself very, very fortunate that I not only get to run such a fantastic campaign with you, but I also have a second campaign that I am concurrently running here on the channel, and it is every bit as riveting and filled with fantastically flawed characters and wonderful players as well. And that has kept me very grounded and sane through this crazy ass year that we have had. So even more than normal, I am extra thankful. Very much so. Okay. I think that's enough mushy stuff for now. Lloyd's probably throwing up somewhere. So I think we're going to go ahead and put a lid on it. And yeah. Until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.